Good morning, 44 Trading Nation. How's everybody doing today? There is no shortage of action. We've got Trump with his visit out in, we'll just say Asia in general. And, some speculation there. Do we get a deal with, President Xi or not? We'll see. Still to come. Earnings. I think overall, Microsoft absolutely destroyed their number by more than 40%. I mean, that's incredible. That said, trending lower along with Meta. Meta is absolutely I mean, a type of show. I won't say what kind of show, but it is literally been set on fire and thrown off a mountain. And I think the big reason, or at least the justification right now, is the capex on both stocks. That said, I will keep an eye on Microsoft. I do think it's got a shot at maybe bouncing off the lows, whereas Meta, they're trying to stay competitive. And guys, it's down literally almost 80 points right now. So we'll probably end up bouncing around here, but what a sell-off on Meta. I'll be keeping an eye on the Qs naturally. 630 to 627. We're still trying to find a range of where buyers are going to step in and find that level of support. We've not tested any of that. We literally just shot straight up and kept going. So I want to see what we do around 630 and then 627, which was originally my cup and handle extension. So we're well over that extension at this point. But I'll keep an eye on that on the Qs today. Like I said, there's no shortage of stocks to trade today. So, be cautious, be wary. Chipotle also reported. I watched their stock plummet. Carvana is one I'll likely short right at the open. As I suspected, yes, they beat on revenue, but EPS, outlook, etc., not the greatest. And is it really a $76 billion company? I don't think so. So I'll be shorting that likely almost right at the open today. We'll wait to see if we do any kind of bounce, but we just saw it drop as I was talking about at 3 points. So I'll keep an eye on Carvana today, Meta, and a handful of other names. We got IWM. Tesla, as you guys know, I'm always interested in shorting. NVIDIA, trying to hold that 204.91. That's the level to watch there, so call it 205. Oracle's pulling back, Coin's pulling back. Everything's just kind of aiming a little bit lower. So I'm going to say right now, not to say it's risk off, but I do think there is going to be some profit taking. Just be aware for tonight's earnings. What we do have is Amazon, Apple, Coinbase, Reddit, MicroStrategy, and Riot, along with Cloudflare. So some names to keep an eye on. We still have other names coming in for reporting. We've got Eli Lilly, Merck, Comcast, Enterprise Partners, Roblox, Advanced Auto Parts, and numerous others. Meanwhile, ServiceNow, though, what an impressive earnings. Shot straight up, gave it all back, but it is $1,000 stock, so tough, a little bit harder to trade that one in decent size, we'll say. The one that I'm actually most concerned about is Fiserv, and I think we were talking about that in the room yesterday. They are a big component of, if you look up what they actually do, they're kind of involved as part of the backbone of our financial markets, we'll call it, banking, etc. And it's just getting absolutely destroyed. So a little concerning there, which is why I'm starting to not necessarily put a bearish hat yet. It's hard to say that we should be bearish just yet. But as I mentioned yesterday, I am going to start building a little bit of a hedge. That in the event we do roll over 3%, I want to take advantage of it. I think between yesterday and today, we might have that opportunity. We're seeing a lot of that volatility getting compressed because of these earnings. Obviously, overall, I'd say pretty good as far as performance is concerned. However, it could be an opportunity to, sell the news, take the profit, move along. So that's what I'm going to be aware of today. Let's say good morning to everybody. I know we've got a couple minutes before we kick things off here. I think Scott's going to be not able to join us today. So Caleb, shout out to you. I know you're new to the room, so welcome. Ollie, Andy, good to see you. Anita, good morning. Brian, CC, good to see you, CC. Christian, Dan, Darian. Good morning. Darren is in the house. What's up, Darren? David, Frank. Were you first in the room again today? I wouldn't doubt it. Good to see you guys. Let's see. Jeff is in the house. Good to see you. Lance, Mark O, Michael, Aloha, MD's in the house. Miguel, Mossy. Man, I love that we're growing. This is awesome. Omri, good morning. Seth, good morning. Steve C, Vikas, Vincent, Y, Zuki, and Christian. Good to see you guys. Please post your trades in the room here this morning. We're going to be kicking things off here in about 5 seconds. So good luck, traders. Be very cautious this morning. I'm looking to start building a Q short position like right out of the gate. So let's see what we could get here. Okay. There goes the Qs. Get some put options there. Okay. We got the 630s. Guys, meta tanking. Let's go after it. 66276, we're in. I don't love it, but okay, we're in there. I'm gonna go after Tesla as well. 4496 Tesla. I want to see how much profit we take off of these names here. Interesting one to watch would be Coin as we go into earnings for that stock today. Microsoft looks interesting for a long, so I'll keep that on my screen here. You guys can see my screen, right? Mark, what's the Starlink connection? What is that? Tesla gross. It's okay. Guys, look at this move on Meta. Let's go full size. I can't do full size there. Let's go. I'll add half position there. Yes, please. Look at this thing. Tank. Awesome. Awesome trade already on Meta. I'll take a partial if we snap 653. Meta, or sorry, Tesla will dump this right now. It's gross bounce. IWM bouncing a little bit here. I'm watching Carvana. That's exactly what I want to see. I want to see it get up to like 323-ish, and then dump it. Qs look good. Let's see what we do at the 630 print. I want to see it go down to like 627.5 or so on the Qs and test that area and then bounce. That'll just tell me that there is actually liquidity down at that level. Who knows? Maybe we bounce right here at 630. But I've got these put options, and they expired tomorrow. So it's a one-way trip. Let's see what happens. And of the people that are reporting, Apple, Coinbase, these are names that I just don't know if they're going to be able to withhold, given, Meta's tanking. Microsoft, I think, looks good, though, for a long, to be honest, guys. Right here at 533. Let's go for it. There, 533. Perfect. Whoops. Ta-da. Nice. Wow, that was fun. Just a point instantly. Sweet. And their numbers were awesome. Like, Look at this. They beat by almost 3%. $2.23 billion, guys, in a quarter. In a quarter. I don't know, man. That's humbling type numbers and growth. A company that size growing at 3% is pretty impressive. Not gonna lie. Excuse me. Okay, let's see what the Qs are doing here now at 6:30. Still selling a bit. Carvana, guys. Let's do it. Man, I wanted to get up here to 323, but toilet time, I think. Let's see what I can get. Guys, break on the Qs here. 309. We're in 309. CVNA. This is a little bit smaller share size than I would normally want, but it's all right. Now short looks nasty. I'm going to wait on the break for Meta. Whoa. Yeah, it was just an amazing call, and then, I mean, it just tanked. So, I don't know. What's up with that? It's really interesting to see. I don't know how many guys look at Carvana now. All right, I'm going to add to Carvana. Okay, just added. Let's see if we get a break now. I do want to be mindful. Look, Qs are aiming lower. Microsoft is moving higher, and we're getting a bounce now on Meta. So I'm not feeling great about this bounce on Meta, but that's okay. I may add more to Meta. We'll see. And then this Microsoft trade. Guys, look at Carvana tanking. Yes, please. Carvana looking great. Let's see if we could break 300. Yes, please. All right, I'm going to dump Microsoft as well. I think we're going to roll over here, guys. We're up very nicely on these put options on the Qs. Wow, 40%. We'll take it. Come on, Meta. Breakdown, please. Tesla's still looking great for a short. I got stopped already once, so I may leave it alone. I've been getting kind of left hook, right hook, body shot, we'll say, with Tesla as of late. So Google's dumping. Let's see. Carvana looking great, though. I mean, this is awesome. I'm going to hang on to Microsoft just a little bit longer, but I'll probably dump it here in a bit because the Qs are rolling over. And on the one hand, I'm taking advantage of that with these put options, but I don't want to take it on the chin here with Microsoft. Guys, Carvana, amazing. I'm going to take a partial here. And partial, Carvana. Wow, huge trade. Awesome. Still waiting for Meta to break down. Guys, the Q's looking fantastic to the downside. I'm going to wait before I take a partial here. Excuse me. Up over 51% right now on those put options. Let's see what we do at 627.64 is the level I have marked from a cup and handle move extension. Tesla looking like it wants to break now. Okay, guys, Microsoft, I'm going to dump this position. Okay, small partial here off the put options. Guys, huge trade for me on these put options. Holy smokes. We got out of Microsoft. We took a partial on Carvana. I'm still waiting for the break now on Meta. I do not want to get back to my entry. It's right there right now, which would be really unfortunate. But guys, watch the Qs. We're getting heavy. We are getting heavy all across the market now. AMD down, NVIDIA down, Microsoft now pulling back. Carvana hopefully goes straight into the toilet. Huge trade though, Carvana. Wow. I still like Tesla to the downside. Wow, Google dumping. Wow. Did you take that one short, Mark? Yeah, I do think today is the day. It's like sell the news, right? We know earnings looking good. CapEx is high for a lot of these companies, specifically around AI. And that'll naturally have an impact on margins. We heard from Jerome Powell, which realistically, his speech yesterday was pretty bullish. However, how they're going about doing it, if you're looking at the analysis of what that means from a fundamental standpoint, it's not great. So essentially, like, to be fair, like Meta recently, they got some creative financing on how they were looking to basically wipe some debt off of their sheet by using like 25-year bonds. I don't know if you guys heard about any of this stuff. Have you guys heard about this stuff? Or does it even matter? Now I could save it because I know we're all trading. Like, I'm short in a bunch of positions right now, so I'm just waiting for this market to roll over. Let's see if Microsoft bounces here. But as 627.64 is the level I have marked on my Q put option, or sorry, cup and handle extension. And we are getting really close to that. So I'm going to probably take a little bit more off of this because we should find some footing here. If we don't, that means we've got a long way to go. 625 on the Qs or lower. Yeah, so anyway, because when you're saying no's and don't talk about it, all right, that's cool. AMD pulling back pretty sharply here, guys. AMD is a name that, like, again, love Lisa, awesome company, just good overall, we'll say, but kind of extended. You talk about it? All right, cool. Yeah, so look, like, what Meta is trying to do is basically use 25-year bonds to offset a lot of the debt and the capex they're putting towards any kind of AI-related venture, we'll say, and it's working. So kind of a genius way to finance. We keep hearing about these gigawatts of power needed for AI, and like, what does that actually mean? Well, it costs a lot of money to do that, right? Between power, between compute, between ordering chips, pre-ordering those chips from NVIDIA or AMD or whoever. So AMD is naturally getting some of that pull through because NVIDIA, while their margins are impressive, like, what people don't realize is, like, Taiwan Semi, SMCI, like, those are the guys actually making the chip, and NVIDIA is just the one designing it. So it's almost like, think of your iPhone. I know you guys know how I feel about Apple, but it's the same concept. Like, they design the Apple phone in California and then ship it somewhere else, the design. Someone else builds it, and then they get to sell it for, 300,000% margin or whatever, right? So similar in a way. NVIDIA, brilliant that way. Their margins are fantastic, and they've got market share. They are the leader in the space, but AMD is getting that pull through. But every time you see these companies that are talking, guys, Meta, what are you doing? What are you doing? Everyone's talking about these gigawatts of power, of need, and compute, etc. Excuse me, but that CapEx expenditure is coming straight off your balance sheet and your financial statements. So that ruins your margins and ruins your performance overall. Well, Meta's literally quoted in their earnings call that we're behind, so we're trying to catch up, and we're going to be looking to even expand potentially 5 to 10x their current CapEx spend in AI. So you could look at it two ways. Is that optimistic? Maybe. Or does that mean it's going to cost you money? Meta's starting to hurt, but guys, Microsoft, this is the lookup or the move I was looking for earlier, because they absolutely destroyed their number. I mean, it's crazy. So, like, regardless of it being up at these all-time highs, whatever, I mean, you got to admit that's pretty impressive to beat on EPS and earnings in, like, however many consecutive quarters. Guys, glad we took a partial on Carvana, but we're still in it. All right, guys, let's add to Meta. Bang. I'm going heavy on Meta. Let's do it. This is the only concern. And then we have Carvana. I'm going to let it dance because we took a huge partial on that. Let's move to Apple. Let's see what it's doing here before earnings. Anyway, I digress. It's just kind of an interesting thing to keep in mind, guys, as traders, like, knowing this new variation of creative financing, I'm going to call it, for all things AI. And I think people are starting to realize, like, wait a minute, that could be proved to be challenging because there's not enough cash. There's plenty of credit, but now credit spreads were getting tightened recently, and then of course you've got Bessent coming in saying, "Oh, credit's not an issue." Of course he's going to say that, right? And there's just a lot that's happened, even in the last 48 hours. Don't get me started on the whole Trump thing out in doing like an Asia circuit right now. So Japan, Korea, China. But that also adds some uncertainty. The only thing that I could think of that could really put a massive dent is if we use the chips that we have here in the US as a bargaining token for China. You're like, hey, give us rare earth in exchange, we'll give you access to NVIDIA chips or something of that effect. And if that happens, look at it two ways. One, that means that there'll be more purchases, or two, it jeopardizes some of the data sovereignty. So anyway, I digress. All right, I think here comes the roll, guys. I've seen Microsoft give up a little bit here. We're waiting for Meta. I want to see Meta crack 650 today. Excuse me. IWM moving higher. AMD bouncing. NVIDIA gave up that 204.91 area. So let's see if it gets back up there. Let's not forget, guys, the first ever $5 trillion business is NVIDIA. Like, any clue how much money that is? That is like, oh man. So let's here's a fun one. I'm sure you guys have seen this or heard this before, but so 1 million seconds is about 11.5 days. 1 billion seconds is 31.7 years, and 1 trillion seconds, you ready for it? 31,688 years is 1 trillion seconds. To give you an idea of how big or how much 1 trillion is. Oh man, wild. All right, guys, let's look around here. Coin absolutely taking it to the chin here. The other thing too worth noting, I actually wanted to see Circle today. CRCL. I wonder what's going to happen to the crypto market. I'm very curious. Let's see what else we got coming up here for news. Any kind of random speeches that may come up? No, not there. Bowman speaks at 9:55. Coming up here in a few minutes. Let's see. Ted Logan speaks at 1:20. We've got a bill auction at 11:30. Fine. Yeah, that's kind of it. Yeah, IWM's pumping Mark for sure. Yeah, let's look around here. I have this level on Tesla at 45670 or 45625 is an area to watch for volume. Getting a little bit of bounce in the markets right now, guys. IWM moving higher. I think optimism on that rate cut should pay off for IWM. The trouble is, this is the one I'm watching at the 254 area. if we get up that high. Frankly, because if it gets that high, it tells me that, you know, credit markets are going to be likely stretched. So I want to be mindful of that. Guys, this meta trade's starting to burn a little bit. Probably should have taken that damn partial. It's 650. We'll wait. Well, no, actually, so Mark, the concern I have is I'm watching the 200 EMA. Let's go big chart here on the Qs. Go to 1 minute. There you go. So this blue line 55, 200 is up here. So can we bounce to 632? Sure. I think if we get up here, we maybe reject and fail. Fine by me. Still in position with these put options. Took some of them off because my target was 627. You guys see that orange line there? It's been there for a while. And it was from a cup and handle extension at best case scenario. That's what it would look like. It's a very ugly cup and handle. But I was surprised to even see it do that, to be honest. And it definitely overshot. So if we find support here, that's a good sign for bulls. If we start to snap this level, then we'll be in luck. We'll be in good shape. But here we go again. Buy the dip, right? Everybody just buy the dip. Unbelievable. I can't add to Meta yet. It's got to get back below 662. We're in a losing trade right now on Meta, but I'll be patient. Good news, Carvana and Hughes worked out. And I'll leave this on. I mean, I might, if it gets up to like, I don't know, 320, cool. Because I got runners left. Look at NVIDIA. That's what we want to see here. 204.91, the level to watch. Cue the disclaimer, of course. I like that Tesla is starting to reject that 200 EMA. You guys can see that? AMD moving up, big time. Surprised to see Microsoft get a little muted here. All right, who's speaking right now? European Central Bank. What are they saying? Let's see. Jeff is long NVIDIA at 202. Good luck. Okay, Meta. That's starting to hurt now. What are you doing? Wow, there's a huge push for AI right now, even in like the European Central Bank is mentioning it in their speech right now about making the euro stronger and banks really leaning in on this AI movement. Well, it looks like bulls are coming in to show that they're supportive of this this level at 627.64. Where did we get? 627.76. I'd say that's a pretty darn good analysis there. Be off by 10 cents. Not too shabby. That's okay, though. How many guys bought the dip? I'm apprehensive to buy the dip. We tried on Microsoft. We got stopped with a small losing trade. And now I'm stuck in this meta trade. Shucks. I might short Tesla again, though. Let me look at the options on Tesla. Hold on. Bum, bum, bum. $430. For giggles, they're 85 bucks. So I'm going to buy one of them just for giggles. 430 strike. Let's see. Expires tomorrow. Sure. Why not? $85. We got them for 83. Sweet. So I'm risking $83 just in case Tesla decides to roll over. Worst case, I lose $80. That's fine. Okay, Qs. Look at this push right into the 200. You see that? And then I want to see it reject. If it does, then I can start to short stuff again. But if it starts to push, maybe we start buying the dip too. Meta, what are you doing? Costing me some money this morning. I need you to roll over, please. I'm looking around here. Should be fine. What about Wolf? I was looking at them earlier. Don't love it. What else you guys watching, by the way? Let's see. Vroom, Cardinal. Yeah, I don't think Scott's coming in today. Someone just pinged me. I don't think Scott's coming in today. He'll be back tomorrow. He had a personal matter to sort out. VKTX. Interesting. Let's look at that real quick. Let's look at the crew here. IWM's green, yes. I got that on my corner of my screen. Tesla's moving up, yes. We shorted that using a put option. One of them, just one. Let's see. Jeff, you bought the dip, right on. Cool. Seth, you're looking at Google long? Yay, Tesla. All right. I'm up a whopping $13. Let's see. By the way, that post with Tesla, I'm more than happy to add a huge position if it starts to roll over. Let's see, Google. Keep an eye on NVIDIA, guys. You took Google long 283. Nice trade, man. Very nice. Let's keep it on the Qs, though. That yellow line, see how important it is? Just ran right into it and then slowed down. Let's see, we get a second attempt here. Get a little bit of a cool down consolidation. Do we push and reject? If we start to reject, I'm going to short everything. Look at coin. Check this out. Gross. And they report today. Absolutely gross. And I love the fact, look at that. If we get a rejection down to VWAP, I'm shorting everything, I'm telling you. In fact, I may add to my put options on the Qs. I already took some off, but I'm going to add some more here in just a minute. If we aim lower, we've got to aim lower here. I'll give it a couple minutes. Call it 10 o'clock. Let's see. CRWV 135 wearing out the wheels on my chair, rolling over here. What do you mean? Rocking back and forth. Trent, wait, you wanted this thing to go up? Mark? That's funny. Let's see. AMD, though, actually looks pretty healthy for a breakout. It's running into these pre-market highs. So maybe we close the gap and move. We'll gap and go. I think market's got to cooperate, though. I'll tell you one that's been getting beat up, though. Pretty good. Oracle. Yeah, Oracle really getting beat down in the last, I don't know. Just can't seem to get over this 285 area. That's been a huge level to break out, but ever since we've been hitting that area, I just can't do it. So Oracle rolling. Who else is? I know CoreWeave is part of the Stargate project. Pull this up here. Come on, Meta. Time to roll over. Still in this trade. I really want to see it crack 650 today. We're pretty heavy into this position, so fingers crossed. I really don't want to see it take off. If we do, then I'm in trouble. It'll be an expensive day. But I do like this. Qs. Let's go to the 1 minute here for a second. Importance of using different time frames. So here's the first 200 EMA. We're just hit it right now. Here's your second 200 EMA on a 5 minute, which is at 634. So definitely don't want to. I want to see it fail now in a big way for my positions to be fruitful, we'll say. Let's keep an eye on coin. Really curious to see what happens there. No panic, no panic. Jeff, you're looking at building on Oracle? Yeah. I mean, it's not this whole optimism around Stargate, I think is it's hard to bet against Larry Ellison. I haven't heard anything about the TikTok deal though. So I wonder what's going on there. Okay, loading up the put options now. One-way ticket. Looking to see if we roll over here. If not, then I'll dump those put options and we'll start looking for long positions. But I like it. We should see a rejection here. Test the VWAP down at 630 and change, 631 maybe, and then dump. These markets aren't used to that kind of behavior though. That's a typical technical setup. Like talked about this level. I mean, we tested it almost perfectly. You know, I could argue now I'll move it up just a tiny bit. Let's go to 76. Which, I mean, look at that. That's a pretty good setup. But if we start to break down here, we haven't tested this at all, or this 50% retrace at all. We've just gone straight up. So from a technical perspective, I like that we retested this and bounced. Shows me that bulls still want to remain in control, right? But we still haven't tested this area. So like from 625 to 621, this is all like fluff because this was the previous all-time high at 618.37 and we just took off like straight up. We haven't looked back. And you want to see these liquidity levels get tested. Guys, coin absolutely taking it now. Oh, and they're reporting. Why didn't I get into this trade, guys? We made a little bit of money on coin yesterday, but man, this was the break I was waiting for. Let's go for it, guys. I hate to do it this late in the game, but 335, let's do it. Hopefully it doesn't decide to bounce here. Oops. Like this could be a double bottom on coin. We're in. Small size, we'll build on it. Guys, Qs, I am loading the boat on these put options. One-way trip. One-way trip, straight down. That's what I'm hoping for. Meta looking great, guys. I'm going to add probably again. Actually, I'm going to pull up an options chain. I already have plenty of shares on it. Let's use Meta 650s. Let's look. What's my Carvana trade doing? Nah. Boo, Carvana, boo. I'll put my stop over 318 on Carvana for the runners. It's fine though. I'm not worried about it. I made 7 points on that trade in like 5 minutes. As we're rolling over here on NVIDIA, so that looks good. Let's look at these put options here on. They're 370 bucks. Okay, I'll buy 10. Okay, so we're in these meta put options as well as the shares. I really, really, really want to see this thing break session lows, 650. So we'll keep that on watch as well. Coin. What do you guys think? Do we load the boat on coin, or do we actually start? I mean, this is a decent setup for a bounce and start to move up maybe into earnings. And I'm short. That sucks. Oh, well. I'm going to have conviction, guys. Still think we've got more to roll over. Let's see. Tesla back under 450. Yeah, I'm up $21 on my one put option on Tesla. Let's see. CRWV. Nice. Good trade, Mark. Look here. Oh, yeah. That looks nice. You should get a push over here to, is it 137.5-ish? Again, if bulls decide to step up. If not, then, you know. Look, I cluster the Stargate trade into CoreWeave. Oops. Oracle. AMD. QCOM. You know which one we haven't talked about in a while, guys? AVGO. AVGO. Look at this beast of a stock. Unbelievable. I hate shorting this stock because I really, I'm a fan of what they're trying to do in the space. And they're all, everyone's going to need connectivity. But maybe this is where I short it. I don't know. 383 maybe? Look at all this volume. All selling. What do we do here, guys? 378.60. Okay. I'll put it out there. Forget Phil. 378.60, small share size, AVGO. To the downside, which I hate doing. Okay. Come on, coin. I am short pretty much everything. We tried to go long Microsoft earlier today, and that just didn't work. So let's look at Chipotle real quick. This is one I might actually buy as a swing trade, or maybe just put in my portfolio. Chipotle. It's cheap enough. $55 is like, or $50. It's kind of where it wants to live. Horrible move after earnings today. I mean, look at this. It's just straight down. You know what? I'll do it. I'm going to add, let's just do, how much can I do here? Let's see. I'll do 100 shares. Let's do it. And I'll leave that in my portfolio. See how it performs. Why? Because I'm probably going to have Chipotle for lunch today. Just saying. Just saying. All right. So I won't even mention that one. That's just going in the books along with XLE yesterday. So we added this to the portfolio right at 88 bucks. So I'm not going to cry over a few cents here, but in case there's rotation, I want to be ahead of it. ENPH got absolutely smacked by earnings, but they beat, which is kind of interesting. So can I buy it here at 30 bucks and leave it in my portfolio? Sure. May do it. I might do it. Guys, we're getting a little bit of a roll down to the VWAP on the Qs as we were talking about it. AVGO looking great. I may add to this position. If we crack 377 again, I will add to AVGO. A day of patience, slow motion movement. All right, perfect. We should crack this in one big red stripe. Watch this. Boom, like that. And that'll trigger some real selling. But everything's in slow motion. It's not like moving as quickly as I thought, especially on a day like today. But we're testing that level from a technical perspective. We should take out if there's real selling, we should take out this right here. And then all you ICT guys that love your fair value gaps and all this other stuff, watch what happens when you snap that. Your little ICT plan may not work out. Let's see here. Adobe could be interesting for a bounce longer term. I do like that stock. Coin's just doing whatever. This one is concerning though. FI. I think who was talking about it yesterday? It was Mark. Was it you? But let's keep an eye on that. Still in this silly Carvana trade, but that's all right. Yay, Tesla. I'm up 42 bucks, 44 bucks. Sweet. Oh no, 35 bucks. Sorry, I was looking at percentage. It was 44%. Sorry. For the one put option. It's like my lucky penny, we'll say. Still waiting for Meta to collapse though. Just have to keep an eye on Microsoft for a short. Okay, let's pull it up. Wow, big move there. Yeah, maybe. Coin, this is just silly. And I mean, the only concern I have is we're coming into earnings. So, it could totally bounce here, and I'm gonna just dump it. But okay, these markets are surprisingly slow. But what's cool is it's almost like I don't know if you guys ever watch playback. Do you guys do that with your chart tools? We can actually do a replay. It feels like we're watching that right now, like the replay. Like, oh, do what's going to happen next? You know. The only trouble is this pattern that's forming right now. Used for the last I don't know however long. Always been bought. Watch, I'm telling you, this should be interesting. Look at Lily real quick. Getting some news right now on Lily. Let me see if I'm going to put a position up here, maybe from either direction. Some news about Manjaro. Hey, there we go. Up 54 bucks now on this Tesla option. Like, I mean, I don't really care about 54 bucks, but maybe we'll add a little bit. We'll add another one. Sure, why not? We'll get two. This meta trade, though, is not making me happy here. Yeah, Seth, you wish you knew what happened next. Yeah, it's kind of It's kind of difficult to make it valuable, right? When you're like, oh, I already know exactly what's going to happen. It's going to go up because I know what it closed at, right? Bye bye, Meta. Crack 660, and we'll never see that again. Still in this coin trade, small loser right now on this one. It's all right. Basically, what I'm losing right now in this coin, everything I'm doing right now is relatively small size, with the exception of like Carvana we added because we got the move we wanted, and then Meta we added, except silly me, and take a partial. So that's I get to add that to my journal today of why in the world did you not take a partial? DVG, what are you doing? AVGO guys, I'm gonna add a little more here, just a little more, and then coin if we get over, we'll call it the VWAP 338.5. I'll dump it, but let's see if we kind of keep this area down here. Let's see. Tesla loves 442.50. Guys, let's add here to the AVGO trade after all. There we go. I hate shorting the stock, guys, as you know. But you can't deny, look at all opening candles, more volume, all selling, moving lower. Some consolidation, low volume, slowly moves higher. All sellers push all the price below all those buyers. Like that's a good sign if you want something to move lower. The only concern I have with Meta, you look at the volume profile, big red candle, then all green candles, then tapering off in volume. For a continuous move, you want to see volume spike, price move higher or lower depending on that move. And right now that volume's kind of tapered off with Meta, but I'm feeling good because of that initial candle. If we get below 660, we should see it snap. Coin, come on, what are you doing? Toilet, let's go. CRWV boom. Okay, let's see. Yeah, it looked great when we were eyeballing it earlier. Some news. Some news on CoreWeave. Hold on. Yay, Meta. All right. Yay. Coin. Womp womp. Carvana, I'm going to dump here in a second. If we continue to move higher, we're getting a rollover here on the Qs, guys. We should start to see momentum now on the Qs. Where's Darren? Darren, here's that Lilly trade. Talking about the news right as it was happening. I'm debating short or long, and look at it. Dumped, what, 7 points? That would have been nice. Shoot. Yay. All right. Tesla. We're up 88% on these put options. Woohoo! Oh, this Lilly trade would have been nice. We were talking about it live while it was happening. News came in, and they don't like it. Q's rolling over here, guys. Looking great. Let's add a few more to this put options. Awesome. Okay. Right now, I'm just carrying. I want to carry the momentum. This time, I will take a partial, though. So if I see Meta break the 650s, I will take some off, at least for bank some profits on this trade. Lilly, guys. Where's Darren? My buddy Darren at? I know he likes to trade this thing. I was trying to look at the options just because they're, it's an expensive stock, but the options are pretty expensive, even for this week. Let's see if I can get some short here. Nah, it's not even worth it. I'll wait. I have too much tied up in Meta right now. Yeah, Lilly executive says Europe's revenue increased by over 100% constant currency, reflecting strong outtake of Manjaro. Manjaro says we have now launched in 55 countries and all major markets. So you almost think like that's kind of bullish that they're expanding into those markets. You look at their earnings, right? Beat top and bottom. So they reported this morning. Now they're just, some information trickling in on Eli Lilly. It's definitely risky business, hence why the options are so expensive. Guys, watch out for NVIDIA aiming lower here. By the way, is it easier to see just one at a time, or do you guys mind 4 like this? And this is typically what I have up when I'm trading. I have 4 on this screen, and I've got like another 8 on another screen. So we go like 4 here, 4 here, big chart. Looking at ServiceNow. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, look, they are the leader in this space. And if you look at, here's a fun one. So if you look at where AI is predominant right now, let's just use, I hate saying AI because the real uses of AI are way more complex. AI has been around for since the 50s, guys. Difference is that now the chips are cheaper and way more powerful than they were back in the day, so you can do way more computational things. Anyway, I digress. But within AI, people are considering AI like all this large language model stuff, so like ChatGPT, right? But if you think of where that application is the most prevalent, I would say, or real life use case, it's in anything around customer service, anything around people, language. And you need that in service centers, tickets, right? So, hey, like something's broken on my computer or something, or hey, I'm calling because XYZ reason. All of that can be then transcribed, interpreted, consolidated, and summarized, and then potentially put actions behind that service call or service ticket. And all of that is a digital interpretation of what needs to happen. And these guys are the market leader, ServiceNow, in that space. So the applications of that across however many companies use ServiceNow means you're going to become more efficient, you become more profitable. So like ServiceNow is, I don't think going to go anywhere. The trouble is I think everybody's going to slowly get into that business. When you look at, Google's capabilities, they have their whole, basically their version of Office, right? With their Google suite. Microsoft has it, right? Facebook is already, they've been using that for a long time. So it's just kind of interesting, guys. We just got stopped out of our Carvana short runners, but that's okay. No worries. And then coin, if we get over 338.50, I'll probably dump it just because we're coming into earnings. Otherwise, I would normally hold on to that trade. But I am feeling a little confident here on, look, Tesla, these little put options. I only bought 2 of them. Should have bought like 300 of them. But looking good. We're up about 60% on these, which is cool. But that doesn't mean anything. We're up $50, right? Why is it showing up like that? Okay. Slow motion. Slow motion. Slow motion. There we go. Bye-bye. Now we test the next level lower, which is right here. 624 to 625 and a half. I'm going to mark that. Okay. What is Metsero? Oh, Novo's buying them. Ooh. What? Ooh. Look at that. Ta-da. This is the beauty of the biotech space, guys. Like, I don't know. I need to start looking at these a little closer, guys. But man, this is what a move. Novo Nordisk buying these guys. Huge pop. $9 billion bid. It was at $52. Now it's $63. What a monster move. Anyway, I digress on ServiceNow. Hopefully that kind of stuff helps. I never know, but I figure just some food for thought. Do you know what's savage about that, though? About the Metsera bid? It was completely unsolicited. That's so baller. You're just like, you know what? I know you don't want to sell, but here's what I'll give you. Think about it. Call me later. Oh, that's so savage. Let me look at real quick what else reports tonight. So Amazon coin, which we're still in this short, womp womp, don't love it. Nvidia, fine. We're in this AVGO trade, looking great. I want to see if we test that session low and break. So call it 370 before I take a partial. Let's look at Amazon real quick. Yeah, Apple. Whoa, 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 Apple. What's happening here? They report today after the close, but that is a huge pump and dump. Look at that. Get a spike to 274.14 and then dump. U.S. agrees to cut China tariffs. What? No, that's not the news for it. What about RDDT? They report today. Yikes. Look at this dumpster fire. No, thank you. And of course, I don't know why I wasn't shorting this one sooner. MSTR, what a sham of a, it's like a shell company basically for Bitcoin. So you have MSTR and then MTSR. Two different stories, right? Riot reports as well. Let's keep an eye on that. See what that looks like. All tied to this. And 105 is like this 107 doesn't really mean anything. 105 is a big level though for Bitcoin. So like if Coinbase blows their number out, maybe we see a little bit of a lift in Bitcoin. Maybe. But they've started to, I don't want to say decouple, but they're pretty tight. You know, if you look at the correlation between Bitcoin and coin, it's a pretty close correlation. That said, because we're coming into earnings, even like yesterday, I was trying to take advantage of the short position. We made a little bit of money, but you see the volatility, right? It's just like spikes up, then down, spikes up, then down. And then literally right at the close when Jerome Powell was speaking, we saw it go straight down and then back up. So I was really hoping to see this move that we saw yesterday, but it didn't happen. Could have, should have, would have, right? But anyway, right now, AVGO looking good. We got Tesla looking good. MetaTrade is finally green again. Finally. I don't want to speak too soon, guys. I'm going to close the coin position out here, though, in just a second. I want to see what it does here at the VWAP. If it starts to push any higher, I'm done. Yay, Meta. It took forever, but we're finally making some dough here. Watch the cues. Watch the cues. Q. We talked about this, but it just took a lot longer. But it's like a slow motion car accident. It's just, oh no. All right, let's see what else. What are you guys looking at? Lily's on screen. You didn't know snooze. Run away from me now. Let's see. Yeah, 810, big level for Lily. I wouldn't mind shorting it again at 320. Yeah, I'll do it. I'll take another one. Yeah, if we get over 320 like now, I'll just do a market short here. Hold on. Okay, we're there. 320.33. Interesting fill. Small size though, compared to what I first started with. If we start to break down, maybe I'll add, but we'll see. Come on, Meta. Break that 660, would you? We're seeing the cues now. Trying to fight. Just being patient. Meanwhile, Tesla, though, looking awesome. 442.50. Watch what happens. We tag that level and bounce. I wouldn't doubt it. But if we give up 442.50, 437 becomes a reality. We've got all these levels marked out. All right, coin, you win. See another green candle and coin will dump it. Let's see. Look at that hood. What's CMBM? What is that? All right, coin. That's what I get for trying to challenge coin right before earnings. It's all right. It's a small loser. But Meta, though, I'm telling you, this thing breaks into that 650 print again. I'm for sure going to bank some of that profit this go around. But man, I've been waiting all day. I had a chance earlier, didn't take it. Now, guess what? We're going to take it. We want to see it like 652 would be amazing. I'd love to see 650 completely snap and start peaking into the 640s. That would be incredible. But I don't want to be greedy because we've been adding. I added twice on this thing, so we've got some size on this. And then AVGO. I'll probably hold on to that one a little longer than expected. Is anybody in Meta short, by the way, with me? I get it if you're not, but that's okay. Let's see. Did you get the Carvana trade, by the way? I went for it. A little nibble. We just got a break. Look at that. Oh, your target was 315? No, I want to see the bottom fall out of this thing. Meta. Boom. Meta. Boom. Yeah, baby. I need it to toilet, mate. You know what I mean? I need to see it go straight down. Like, let's see. Looking at Google. Let's take a look. I'm really contemplating taking Adobe like longer term position here. Portfolio position. But I'll wait. I mean, it's been beaten down pretty good. It used to be like what, $557. So I don't know. Guys, meta. All right, let's see. Be professional here, DVG. Come on. Yeah, no. Hey, if anybody took Carvana, Darren, good shout out, by the way. I'm glad we took it. Look at that. Look at that entry. Got in and then pow, straight down. So Now let's wait. I mean, it's a small enough position, but I'm not gonna say no to money. Tesla put options, guys. We're up over 115% on these put options, if you could believe it. So pretty cool. Even though I probably should have bought like 300 of them. Oh well. So I'm short literally every position you see on the screen right now. Someone's asking about Google. Let me look. You know what? Their earnings pretty fantastic. I think they got caught into the whirlwind the same way that I think like Microsoft did. So Microsoft, I mean, obliterated their number, right? Arguably, these guys did the same. $2.4 billion in a quarter, above their expectation. So like overall earnings were great. But I think there's this growing concern about how much is this AI stuff going to cost us when you're looking at CapEx. And if you guys don't know what CapEx is versus OpEx, Google it. It's a good thing to learn up on. But that's I think the big concern right now as to why, like even for example, like Meta getting thrashed the way it did. It was almost verbatim. As soon as they announced that, they're like, "Oh yeah, oh by the way, we're gonna probably have to spend even more than we have already, to the tune of like $500 billion." Then boom, I mean, it just fell off a cliff. Just absolutely got hammered. I don't know if you guys watched that. I was watching those earnings last night. Yay, Carvana! Thank you, Darren, for calling that out. Tesla, yay! Anybody shorting Tesla with me? That's pretty cool. Let's see. That's pretty cool though. Like Carvana, twice now, I got paid 7 points on this thing. So I'm gonna take a partial here in a moment on Carvana. I want to see what it does at the VWAP here because I like the move now on Tesla. Look at that. What do you guys remember the number on Tesla target? $442.50. That's right. $442.50. Look at that. We just bounced at $442.58. Pretty wild, right? Pretty wild. Now we snapped that. Obviously, 437 becomes reality because I have put options and we're up 145% on them. I'll just let it keep going, right? Normally, I'd be taking partials here, but we only have two. So, you know, I can wait. Meta, come on, baby. Come to Papa. Don't be shy. I'm tempted to take a partial here, but I really want to see a little more. If I take a partial here, it'd be more of like a trim in my mind because I've been waiting for so long for this thing. All right, guys, taking some off of Carvana. A nice trade. Darren, shout out to you, my friend, for calling that out. There it is. Taking some off there. Yeah, look at that. I love you guys. You guys are awesome. Here I was thinking I was just always talking to myself, but you guys, look at that. You marked it up. Vincent, yeah. Vikas. You've got 437.50. Yeah, exactly. I actually have it. I mean, in and around that area. It doesn't have to be pinpointed, but you know, what I like to use a lot for marking these charts, obviously, you know, if you guys are new to the room, I'm happy to share that. For those of you on YouTube, by the way, if you're thinking about joining the room, come on in. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. We do appreciate you being out there, but come join the room. We have the free trial all the way through the end of the year. So if you are thinking about that, feel free to join. But yeah, so if we crack this level, though, 437 becomes a reality. And the reason why, or how I looked that up, is start with bigger time frames. Start with your, you know, whether it's weekly, daily, whatever you want to do. Find specific areas. And what I really like to use, for those of you guys that use TradingView, by the way, I'm not sponsored by them. I'm going to see if I can find a way to get a deal for us if, like, you know, we get enough people that might be interested in this platform. But like if you use a volume profile tool, it'll actually show you where big levels are, and all that's great. But you guys have heard of like Bookmap before, I imagine. I actually did a trial of their stuff. It's pretty cool tech. I'm not as big of a fan as I think like everybody else is hooting and hollering about it. I think it's more so because there's different ways you can identify those levels even within TradingView. So is it as robust? Maybe not. But if you don't know how to read price action, I think Bookmap makes it a little easier, a little more intuitive. But I just like reading the tape personally. Some people use like footprints, which again, all that's accessible here in TradingView. But marking up the charts, very important, very, very important. All right, let's see. AVGO looking great. Meta, do not bounce here, please. Do not bounce. Only concern I'm having is NVIDIA is trying to bounce. And NVIDIA has so much force that it could totally lift markets. And anyway, what do you guys think? Should I take some off of the Tesla put options or just hold it, see if we crack the low? Stress line. Let's see. AVGO twice here. What's going on there? Video wave. Meta, what the heck was that? Don't do that. No. No. I'm kicking myself again. All right, next time we break 660, I have to take some off. That's too bad. NVIDIA. This is the one I'm worried about to lift markets, which would jeopardize my AVGO short and my Q put options. So maybe a time to buy the dip. Maybe. Look at this. Right off 442.50. Look at that. I can't make this up. Look at the low of day on Tesla. It's exactly 442.50 on the dot. From a technical perspective, that's the bounce that you want to see to push higher. That's crazy, man. Wow. Let's see. Christian Meta so annoying. I know. Like it'll just out of nowhere pop 3 points, you know? Like what? Okay. Who was that? Darren? Cool, yeah, man. It's pretty wild though, right? I mean, it does help or it doesn't hurt that like I trade Tesla so often that I know I've seen this price action for a while now, like months while we've been up at these levels. What happens at 442.50? So the fact that this is becoming a floor, this may be an area where we bounce push higher as long as the Qs do. And now I'm going to probably be in trouble with some of these positions that I'm short because Qs are starting to aim and push higher. SPY is actually approaching session highs. So maybe some optimism in the push here because let's not forget Apple reports today, right? Amazon reports today. Coinbase reports today. So like I'm more than happy to like, in fact, I might have to trim. I'm going to trim some off Meta here in a moment. Let's see what it does here at the VWAP. If we reject, great. But I'm going to probably trim it with a small losing trade here. Which one is it on my chart? Okay, this one. 442.50 right here. Ta-da! Let's do, I don't know, blue. We'll do extra big there. That one. Still hanging on to Meta. I'm waiting. I want to get at least near my entry for Meta so that I can trim that and then, see if the follow through happens, whatever. Because frankly, guys, I do need to take off at some point today. And as much as I'd love to sit and watch these trades play out, sometimes you just, you got to take your money and run. Carvana, total, almost 14 points on the dot. 13.8 total I've made on Carvana. Second go around, though, wasn't as big. But first time I shorted it, man, that was a nice chunky ad or whatever, and off we went. AVGO may trim up. Google, by the way, I know someone was asking like long or short. I can't remember. It's hard to say. This little move right here, I don't love it. And the fact that it's right after earnings, like it feels like someone's waiting to just snap and buy it up, right? Like let people kind of try to come in short it so they can run it over, right? So if you're trying to short and then anytime a bull sees that, they're like, hey, perfect. I can squeeze that guy for 7 points and make that money, right? Because you're giving that liquidity to force the stock higher. That makes sense. Until once you close, then guess what? When you cover, this is a fun one. I'm sure most of you guys know this, but if you short a position, right, you're essentially borrowing those shares, and then when you go to cover, you are buying the stock at that moment in time. So if you're getting squeezed, you've heard about people talking about squeezes, gamma squeezes, also the fun stuff. Gamma squeezes more for options, by the way. But a short squeeze is literally like forcing them to buy the stock because you're pushing the price so much higher and you're short, right? Well, when you buy to cover, you're effectively now a bull. So you're bearish, but when you cover, you become a bull because you have to actually buy the stock at that moment in time, which does what? Pushes, stock price even higher because you're buying it at a higher point. So that's what I think is interesting. Like the reason why shorting, I love to short stocks personally, not that I'm like against it or whatever. I just think that you get a lot sharper movements and it's a shorter duration. It's just kind of my style of trading anyways, where like you can call it scalping, call it whatever you want. But oftentimes, like I may miss out on some of the bigger moves, which is why like I'm trying to be patient and use options more often because I don't mind when I'm up 100%, like I am on Tesla. Normally, if I was in shares, I would have taken partials all along the way. But right now, I want to see what happens at 442.50. If we snap that, 437 becomes a reality, right? So being able to like see some of these trades through with the ebbs and flows with options makes it a little easier. Whereas like with Meta, like as it's coming back into, hey, I'm making some money, not making money, like it's going green, red here, like waffling around. I don't like that in a way with some of these positions, especially when you're trying to go heavy and see it through. And I've been waiting for that position now for an hour and a half, which in the grand scheme of things is nothing. But as a trader, that's like an eternity because I'm tying up, dollars that I could be investing elsewhere by putting it all in this particular stock right now. Versus if I use options, I could be like, if I lose $300, $400, $500, fine, Versus like right now, I really want to see this thing tank. Anyways, I digress. Question is what technical parameter for that line? Price action, because price action. So as I mentioned, let me pull up Tesla here. Okay. Let's reset the chart real quick. Let's go to daily. Okay, like I have a lot of lines here, and they're different colors for me, right? So these actually mean stuff. And these are like areas where weird price action happens, these little pink lines here. But I've been watching this 442.50 for quite a while. What is this thing over here? What's that? I don't know what that is on this chart here. Well, that might have been from when it was first, before all the splits. So daily, hourly, 15-minute. This is really where I think a lot of the big houses are using a 15-minute time frame. The way we're using 1 minutes, I think, could be wrong. Cue the disclaimer, right? But this is the big one. So since what day is this? September 22nd, so about a month ago. And then if you go back, you can actually see where the heck was it? Anyway, let's just use this. So within the last month, right? Look at how many times we've come up to this area and either reject, barely get over, reject, finally break out, come back, test, reject, come back, finally push through, reject, aims, literally hits it on the dot because now we've formalized the level right here, reject, come back up, start to push, finally reject, come back up, reject, and then finally we broke out. Now we're retesting this level. So if we retest this level and bounce, then yeah, maybe you get that final push to the upside and look at all-time highs for Tesla up at 488.54. But you asked, you could use, I don't even know for sure, but let's just for giggles. Let's see what, well, it's pretty close. There's your volume profile tool from that date. Puts you right around that 435 area. See that white line there? And that's just anchored for a period of time. I'm just curious from here to here, what is it? Yeah, it's 435. Okay. But do you see that these levels of just price action? And then because I trade it so often and trade it almost daily, I've seen what happens at that price point on the level 2 specifically. So it doesn't hurt that I trade this thing all the time. But so you kind of learn behaviorally like what these stocks kind of do, you know, like for example, Meta. I'm not going to trim, guys. We're going for it. We're going for it. We're waiting for 652, darn it. Let's do it. Let's make some real money on this Meta trade. So yeah, I don't know if that answers your question, because it's perfect. Cool. Yeah, I mean, using the different time frames certainly helps, especially when you're charting, and you get better at it. Like again, this looks really ugly. I get it. I could technically clear off all the drawings, and in fact, here just for giggles. Oops. Let's do drawings. I mean, I could look at this and still give you a pretty good idea that, like, okay, even if I had to start from scratch, there's a high, right? For, what is that, 415 and change, 413? So it's not that you need all these indicators. I trade this stock so often that each one of these levels means something to me. And then when you start adding like anchored VWAPs and all other stuff, again, on a longer time frame like this, you'll see these levels get retested. But then when you zoom in, the reason why I use these so often and why I have these different color coordination stuff, again, it is more for me. But the big reason, at least how I look at stuff, is if you zoom out and you're not careful, let's just say we're trading this right now, we're zoomed in on a 1 minute or even 5 minute, right? So here's your 1 minute, and then here's your 5 minute. Right? If you don't know what you did on 15 minutes, right, as far as levels, etc., you might miss the forest through the trees. And so you either get out earlier than you're supposed to, or, it just helps me, at least when we're approaching those zones, to know what to look for. Because again, I'd have to zoom out like this to know, like, okay, where's that next level? Why is that level important? But when you look at how far away those levels are, this is 30 points away to get to 416, right? So guys, we just cracked 442.50. Watch how fast this thing moves now. Tesla. Meta. Christian, you still in this thing? Let's go, baby. Under my umbrella. Meta. Hey. Cool, Vikas. Yeah, man. Right on. Appreciate you, man. Keep the questions coming if it's helpful. And again, cue the disclaimer. It's not financial advice. It's just, I don't know, call it a skill that I've learned over a period of time. And sometimes, again, you have to be willing to understand in this business, it's okay to be wrong. Like so many times people are like, oh, man, I for sure thought this thing was going to go higher, lower, left, right, center, whatever, right? Like, look at this meta trade. We were talking about this all day. We finally are getting the break now. We're in 655 print. Did I want to be right on this trade? Yeah. I had to suffer a little bit, right? But I had a little bit of conviction. I mean, I actually listened to their earnings call and watched the price action and was kicking myself that I wasn't shorting it in the after hours. But by the time I could even get interested, we were down at like the 700 big call wall. And I'm like, oh man, there's no way this thing's going to break 700. And it punched through 700 like it wasn't even there. And next thing you know, 4 minutes later, it's at 690 or 688. And I'm like, dude, if it breaks 685, this thing is gone. It snapped 85 like it wasn't even there. And they're like big levels for Meta, right? So for me to trade this today, I'm like, okay, well, let's be a little patient. Probably people are gonna, cover right after the open, right? So you get panic, people cover, and then the selling continues. That's what we're hoping for. That's what we got. Cool. So it's okay to be wrong in a trade. Just don't be wrong for a long time. Do you know what I mean? Because that could really hurt your account. And so big reason, as I mentioned, why I'm starting to use options a lot more is it gives me that flexibility in a way. I mean, with options, again, it's worth noting, be careful because you can win or lose plenty of money pretty fast, especially depending on your strike prices and your strategies. But we went a little bit further out, when we first picked up these options. So we're up 170%. Okay. I didn't buy a ton of these things. I didn't pay a ton. But to be up 170% when I put up $80, that's pretty cool. You know what I mean? So if you have a smaller account, you were able to see that trade and take that trade, congrats. You just made 160% on your money. That's a pretty good day. We're finally getting the rollover in the Qs, which is great. So we're up nicely on those as well, on those put options for the Qs. And then Meta. Christian, do you see that blue button up top? Once you bank that profit on Meta, give it a try if you don't mind. Any dollars we're getting from that tip us, we're actually just going to do what we can to maybe put it towards giveaways. So just imagine this, like if you take a great trade and you decide to do a tip, like we're going to use that money for, I know what Vincent, wasn't it you always give me a hard time about getting a new iPhone for everybody or iPad or something? But that's the idea. So anything that goes in that tip us bucket, we plan to do like some kind of giveaway or what have you. So just know it's giving back to the community. It's not going directly in my pocket. I make my money right now from trading. In fact, our room, as of right now, I would say it costs us a bit. So we're trying to do what we can to grow this community. So if you're out there, if you're thinking about it, come join the community. Guys, I'm going to take a partial on Meta. Massive trade, massive day. Carvana, boom. Meta, let's see where this thing ends up. 652 was my original target, but now we're approaching session lows. Christian, you out there, buddy? Huh? How about that? Getting ready to take a partial here, Meta, guys. In 3, 2. Wow. Okay. There we go. Meta, partial out. That is an amazing trade. We got runners still on this thing. Amazing. Love it, love it, love it, love it, love it, love it, love it. Let's look for something else. My AVGO trade working out nicely. Tested the session lows. I'll wait. It's a good day. It is a good day. That's going to do it for me, guys. I'm going to take off here, and Scott should be here tomorrow. So appreciate you guys being patient. I know it's tough riding solo. Hopefully today was a valuable session for you guys. Again, just worth noting, we do have earnings coming up after the close today that include Amazon, Apple, Coinbase, Reddit, Western Digital, MicroStrategy, Rocket Mortgage, Riot, Cloudflare, and Roku. So some big names. Before the open tomorrow, we've got the big oil guys. Exxon, Chevron, LyondellBasell are also reporting. So let's see what Exxon and Chevron look like tomorrow. Obviously, I've got my longer term XLE position. So you already know I'm hoping it goes up. We'll see. But guys, just a monster day for us today. I don't want to say it's a banner day, but it's a good day. And it's nice when it works out that way. It doesn't always happen, but appreciate this community truly. Thanks, Darren. Yeah, appreciate it. Yeah, it was one I had to wait it out. It was unfortunate. It's kind of like Scott. I don't know, how did he end up yesterday on GNRC? Do you guys know? I think he said he actually banked some dough on that thing. What did it end up doing? Curious. Ooh, look at that. He was shorting it all the way up here at like 198, I think. He was holding through the fog. So hopefully he, I'll check up with him on it, see how he did. It's a nice move to the downside there. We will keep the put options we have on Tesla. We took our partial here on Meta. AVGO, I'm probably going to take some off here right now just to like take away the stress and concern. You know what I mean? But overall, I'd say a pretty darn good day. Carvana, it's same thing. I actually put my stop right at my entry. So if it gets there, fine for the runners. I don't care. A small losing trade on Coin, which is no big deal. And yeah, guys, good day. We'll see you guys tomorrow at the open. If you have any questions, feel free to send an email or hit us up here in the chat if I'm available or around. Maybe Clifton's around. We'll do our best to answer those questions. But look, appreciate you guys. We'll see you tomorrow at the open. Cheers. God bless.